Manitoba Derby. It's Matt's broken foul back to Bonanza down the rail. Mr. Expedient. Speed stretch approaching the wire, and it's going to be Smuggler's Hold to take the 2009 Manitoba Lottery Derby. To the outside, Stachys continues to go on with it, and Stachys is going to pull the upset. He's drawing away to win the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Across the track, deep stretch, hammers bullet, big blue caboose, hammers bullet, the Canterbury Invader takes the 63rd renewal of the Manitoba Lottery. They're a long way from home, baby. Beluga Ball proves it's no fluke. He's back on track. He destroys them in the 64th renewal of Manitoba Lottery.
Narco, but Assembly Hall is going to get it done in the Manitoba Lottery's Derby. Second, enormous strides, Street Prancer coming to the wire. It's going to take the Manitoba Derby. Flashy Fuel wins 6. One more try. Flashy Fuel is going to hang on. But it's inside straight. He's gonna do it in here. Escape quad trying to battle back, but Plentiful is the 60-pole. Sky Promise is gonna take in the Derby. Oil money. He can't go about it. Mr. Unusual Mongolian win takes the 72nd running of the Manitoba Derby. West Princess very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it.
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory and that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Day 26 on the racing calendar. Quick look back at last Wednesday's racing action. Who was hot? Well, on the jockey side, it was Arthur Badil and jockey Demario Bino. Both of them had 2 wins on the card. And on the trainer's side, Shelley Brown, she had 2 wins. So at the halfway point, Antonio Whitehall is on top. He's trying to go wire to wire as he has 28 wins, 6 more than jockey Jorge Carreño. And on the trainer's side, Jerry Gorno is on top by 4 wins after being in the penalty box for 3 days last week. And Jared Brown has moved up only 4 behind in second stretch. We had some really great races last week.
We did. Even a couple of smaller fields, noses at the wires. It's been such good racing. We got bigger fields this week. I'll just kind of do the usual recapping of last week, kind of comparing the days. It was actually a slightly faster surface by a few lengths, basically from the normal par. You're running to par times. Wednesday was the fastest, but it was only a length or 2. So this is one of these weeks or these 3 days you could actually compare day to day. We talk about sometimes you don't really want to compare from day to day. In this case, you really can. Since we're at the halfway point, we're on day 26, right? Just flying by.
You betcha.
Let's go to the halfway point and maybe make some comparisons on some numbers, just so it's math class. See,
Oh, jeez. I like your shirt, though.
Yeah, thank you.
Looks good.
It does look good.
If you don't have one, you better buy one.
Yeah, it does look good. Okay, enough with the chalkboard. Okay, let's look at the trainers. Today's trainers, jockeys are tomorrow. So last year, Jerry had 288 starts. He won 40, had 40 wins. This year, he's at 118 races, 21. So basically, right on pace on the number of wins, a few less starts. Jared Brown, 125 starts, 33 wins. This year, 71 starts, 17 wins. So right on pace to get his wins that he did last year. Now let's look at a couple of the jockey or trainers that are ahead. So we have Wendy. She's got 150. She had 158 starts last year, 18 wins. This year, 92 starts, already at 15 wins. So there's one of your trainers you might want to watch for. Shelley Brown, 168, 27, 119 to 14. She's right on pace. Basically, a few more starts. Here's a couple other ones that don't have as many starts you might want to keep a note on. Devin has 83 starts, 13 wins last year. This year, 74 starts already, so he's got a few more horses. Already 11 wins in there. And then Michael Nault, 71 starts, 16, and 45 and 10, so slightly ahead. Let's look at a couple of the trainers that are hitting. Marvin Buffalo, I didn't list, is hitting at 47% this year, 26% last year.
Great year.
Great year. So there's where just kind of giving you an idea.
Where's Mike Taphorn on the list?
Well,
He's 35.
Thank you. I knew you'd add that. I just left it for you to add into the math class. You're one of the kids in the classes. Hey, I got another one. So you just added that.
I always do. No doubt about it.
I appreciate that added too, and I didn't mean to leave them out. I just wanted to get as many as I could in there. Don't want to bore everybody with math class. Some people don't like math class. As I said, bigger fields today or this week. We've got 2 stake races, one today, one tomorrow. I'm ready to go.
All right, well, let's kick it off with Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred 2-year-old maidens going 4.5 furlong stretch. Who do you got in here?
Okay, so basically it's hard to. You've got half that have started in here. The three of them. You've got they're probably expecting to improve a little bit, and then you've got 3s that are coming out first asking. So we've got to kind of decide where to go. I've decided to go with we went in the same pick, the 3. I thought this was one of the best first race outs of the 2-year-olds. Yes, the horse did lose, but it was just got beat late. Runs similar to that race. I think he's going to be tough to beat. Same kind of a similar race.
And especially back at 4.5. It's not a 5 furlong race, so they aren't stretching out that little bit.
Yeah, that's a great point. And then I went to the one I thought the horse had a nice first out and then has a workout coming in. Adds Lasix for the first time. So I'm thinking that horse has every reason to improve. Going to have to maybe improve a little bit more to catch the 3, but these 2-year-olds, we've seen it. One start and watch out. And then let's go with the 4 as my third selection. Of course, we've got the standard works for Devin. They're not flashy works. They're just that's how he sets them up. And he wins at first asking. He's already got a couple this year. So he's my third selection, 314.
Yeah, let's talk about a couple of first-time starters. The 4, Bankers Dade. The dad, Nonios, 3 wins, $459K, predominantly routing. The mom, unraced, 8 half-siblings. 1 didn't start, a couple are maidens. A couple of one-time winners that made $15 and $17K, a 2-time winner, $33K, a 5-time winner of $171K, and an 8-time winner of $234K. Those were some of the first half siblings that made all the money. On to number 5, JL Copper, the dad, Vengeful Wildcat, 3 wins, $260,000 in earnings, was a cutthroat sprinter. On the mom side, Spite of Success, 3 wins, $28K, was also a sprinter. This is the first foal of racing age. And number 6, Awfully Special, coming in with those flashy works. Kentucky Bear was a winner of 1, made $100K at predominantly a route. The mom, Yelling Timber, was 2 for 2 here at Assiniboia Downs. It was a little speedball that made $27K, as 2 half siblings. Unfortunately, neither one has yet to win a race. A couple of maidens, but for my picks, I picked number 5, JL Copper, for second. I like that there's speed on the mom side and the dad side. Those 2 5-furlong works in 102. This horse was entered and scratched as it toiled around behind the gate, flipped over, so they got to scratch it when that happens. So I'm taking it as my second choice. And number 4, Banker's Day, to round out my top 3. I'm 3, 5, and 4. Now we're carrying on to race number 2, a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-2-lifers, only going the 5-furlong distance stretch. What do you have?
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. Yeah, so we've got 3 invaders coming in for the first time. 3 we've seen run already. I'm going with the invaders. I think one of them are going to win the race in here. But let's start with the 6. I thought this horse is best at the distance. And I do like, if you look back where this horse has come from, Oaklawn Park, and actually showed some speed at Oaklawn. Sure, maybe it didn't last that long, but just to get the lead. I think this horse certainly can clear, and if it does, it kind of goes gate to wire. Then we'll go to the most consistent of the 3, and that's the 4. The last 3 races that he's won or run puts him right in the mix. I think the horse is going to stalk. It's tough to close on the 5 furlongs if somebody gets loose, and that's why I thought I put the stablemate up top. And then I'll go to the 3 as my second selection. Third selection, Kirt second. I like this race on the last time by this filly. Kind of sat back and made a little bit move and then flattened. I think the cutback makes the difference for this one. And, the 6 furlongs might be a little bit too long. It certainly could upset here, stalking the 6, taking the move. Let's go 6, 4, and 3.
Yeah, I'm with you on the 6, Moverde. This is a horse that was in the Robertino Diodoro barn and then was sold over to Deb Hansen, ran it once at Chippewa Downs, did run second, beaten 6, and the winner, Bad Outlook, did come back to win out of there. Bad Outlook, where'd that horse come from? Well, Oaklawn Park. So it wasn't an easy horse to run at. Usually at Chippewa, you have the lesser horses there, but everybody around the country is spending money now, and we're seeing tougher races. So Moverde lost to a really good one, even though it was second, beaten 6. So that is my top play. I like Mesa the Racer also. This one ran against Moverde and was almost 90-1 that day. Also ran against number 4, Rigged Right. Rigged Right did beat it, but it did show speed and faltered late. That was going 6.5. Now it's only going 5 furlongs. So I think Mesa the Racer will stick around early on. And one of the 2 fillies in here, number 3, Tecate Gold. She broke a little bit slow last time out on the outside. Jockey Jorge Carreño pulled the trigger and then opened up on the field, but couldn't fend off the late charging White Rose Spirit. So I think the 5 furlongs is going to be right up her alley. I'm going to give you 6, 3, and 5. Now we're carrying on to race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. That carryover over $450,000. And this is our featured race, the 48th running of the R.C. Anderson Stakes. 4 3-year-old filly, Manitoba and Saskatchewan foals stretch. Wow. You came up with the same horse
Same
as
long
me.
shot. So,
I thought I'd be the all-star.
Yeah, so I'll start, and you can add to it in this one.
No problem.
This is one of these races that many haven't gone the distance. They've run against in some close finishes, especially the 1 and 3. It's always fun to try to figure out the change of the distance. So I've decided to go to the 5 as my top selection. This horse did go 2 turns, lost to the Kitten, who won by 10. But the key here is Super Cairo, who this horse only lost to Super Cairo by about 5 lengths. Super Cairo is 1-9. It would be bigger if they could have that number in here. That race was 7.5 furlongs. I think that's the key. That race looks better than it looks. 6 beaten 15, but that's irrelevant. You get second-time Lasix. You got a workout coming in. Probably won't get 12-1 because of all of Kirt's followers. But anyway,
I'm on a roll, 5 in a row.
Anyway, my top selection. Kirt, anything to add on?
Yeah, I'm with you. I just like experience going around 2 turns. That plays absolutely huge, and they are going a mile. That's 2 furlongs more. This one's went 7.5, only has to go an extra half a furlong. If the 1 and 3 go battle it out, I think I Am Mila is going to get a dream stalking trip. That's why I put her on top.
Okay. And then I was between the 1 and 3 for second.
And you might as well talk about both of them because they keep beating each other by a neck or a
correct.
nose.
And who gets the trip? I only decided to go with the 3 as my top selection over second selection over the one, just because I think Antonio might just sit just off the pace and might get that stalking trip and get the evenly run to try to take over late. If that's the case, that can happen. And then the one, you've got to use this one. That's why it's almost co-second, because this horse could go right to the lead and try to steal it. And so maybe that's why you selected it second. It's whoever's going to get the trip. It can be a bit of a cat and mouse who wants to go, or if one of the other ones that haven't been the distance might try to go. So I'll give you 5, 3, and 1.
Yeah, I don't think either one's going to let the other one go. Both of them are going to go out of the gate. They're going to go towards the front end, look at each other and say, okay, let's try and slow it down from here, and then we'll battle all the way to the wire because they are going a mile. But I think that early pace is going to be the killer for these two horses. If they battle heads through an opening quarter of 23 and change, hit the half mile in 48, that will set up for someone to come off of it. And but if they don't, if they could slow it down, get almost 24 and change, 49, these two definitely can run around the track together. So similar. Whichever one you go with, you might as well go with the odds. But I'm going to take 5, 1, and 3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, an allowance optional $15,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. Scratch number 4, Steel Home Stretch. And we're both on the speed.
We are both on the speed. This is another one. Could have almost be a stakes race in here. That we've got so many of these races we've seen that are just such good quality, and so not officially a stake race, but it's close. Let's go to the. I went to the top on this, and why would you think that Kirt and I would ever take this horse? It looks like a turf horse, but if you break it down, this horse says throughout the synthetic races. Has 9 races on the dirt, 1 win, 4 seconds, and 2/3. So clearly it shows that this horse can run on the dirt. I don't like to compare numbers from the dirt to the turf, but I will tell you that these numbers are solid. So yes, it is on turf, so that makes you can't stand by those or translate, but it just shows that this horse can run. I think this horse will go to the lead and just see how far this horse can go. It just kind of sets it up. And
let me add to those dirt races. You don't see them on the form of the program, but if you dig a little deeper, the last 3 dirt races that Brock on by ran, 2 of them were 6.5 furlongs. That was a win and a second beat in a neck, and ran 1 route race going a mile, and that was also a second place finish. So it's 3 for 3 top 2. Last time this horse did hit dirt.
Perfect. Good at anything else? That's great info.
Nothing else to add on. Okay. Nice little work coming in.
For sure. Good point. Okay, let's go to the 1 as the second selection. A good first out.
Huge.
Not so good second out.
Terrible. Sorry, just help me out.
I like that.
I'm the peanut guy.
I appreciate that. That's excellent. And then had 2 good works coming in. So I do like that. I like that. That obviously something may have went wrong in that race. Now coming back, take a look. About this time last year, this horse was in the Derby trial and crushed the field. This horse runs back to that Derby trial, crushes the field. So that's why it's my second pick.
I think what went wrong is it went against the absolute monsters on the track, where Magic Tiger turned the tables on Tiger Dad and Big Nick and beat him in the last start. But those are 3 solid older boys that we have. And Pray for Peace was off a full year, drops into this race. This is going to be so much easier. And that's why I ended up taking him in second.
Okay, good. And I could have taken 5 or 7 for third. I went to the 7, more of a sentimental. We always seem to, both of us, kind of wait for this horse to go 2 turns. I don't know if he can win.
To show a little more, though.
He did. I'm with you. It's. I just think he always comes back with a pretty good 2-turn race. I don't think he is up to the top 2. If the top 2 run their top race, I think he's kind of running for probably third. But just wanted to include him. For me, it's 2-1-7.
Yeah, the other one I threw in was a 5 Warriors map. 2 outs ago was in the second level allowance, this same race, and it was just too tough, beaten by 13. Did run second to Magic Tiger in the previous start, but last time out dropped into the first level allowance and really made it look easy beating up on those. Now moves back up, has a great running style for the race, as there's a couple horses that will be forward in the race. Rock on by the leader and Pray for Peace should be close. So I expect Warriors Map to show some late run. That's why I'm giving you 2, 1, and 5. Now we're carrying on to race number 5, a $7,500 claimer for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred maidens, fillies and mares, 3 and up. They're going to go 6 furlong stretch. What do you like in here?
Okay, I think
we're a little bit different.
Yeah,
now.
I expected.
About time.
I expected this one to be different. I'm taking a bunch in the pick 4 and 5.
So did I.
Yeah. So I think it's one of those tactical race shape is everything in here. Who do you think might get the lead? I think if somebody does get loose in this type of field, certainly can win it because nobody's got really a big closing kick. I decided to go to the 5 as my top selection because I do like horses showing speed and then cutting back. And so that's the key. Also gets a workout coming in. Might just get loose if wants to go, and because of that extra distance, that could be the deciding factor. The other thing, too, is you might even get some better value because it did lose to the 3, and I like that. That kind of always you can get a better price because too many people just compare who beat who, and they bet that one. Then I went to the 3 as my second selection, and basically on paper looks like best, gets the cutback. Oh, you know you're getting a stalking trip. You know the horse gives the effort. Is it a big effort or a fast effort to close late? Not usually. Usually it's a second or third effort. So you can't leave it out. And then my long shot had to find a long shot, just like Kirt's finding a price. This horse makes the important drop from maiden special weight, which the horse should, or which she should for sure. If you watch that last race, there's a key point in the, in the race that actually checks and loses all chance, and then going for that. I'm giving this horse one last shot to see if it shows anything in this level. So let's go 5, 3, and 6.
Yeah, I'm with you, Stretch. A wide open race. Number 1, Just Oppose. Dropping in from the maiden allowance. Was in the Hazel Wright Sire Stakes, but that was just way too tough. But the other 2 races do fit very well in here with this drop down to 7,500. Expect this horse to be forward in the race. And I also like the 3 horse, Big Energy. Well, that's the show bet. 4 starts, 2 seconds, 2 thirds. But just doesn't seem to want to get it done. Does just enough to keep in the race. So I'm taking a shot on the first-time starter, Salty But Sweet. The mom, only 1 win out of True Sense. Has a whole bunch of siblings. The full sibling didn't start. Out of the half siblings, 3 are maiden, 3 didn't start. You have a 1-time winner, a 2-time winner, a 3-time winner, and a 4-time winner. But what I like about this horse, 11 workouts. I have not seen that at Assiniboia Downs in some time. This horse has been here since April started. Now Stretch has to count them all out. And the best one, the most recent one, 5 furlongs in 101. This is as fast as they run. They only have to go the 6 furlongs, and if the track is lightning fast, which I think it will be fairly fast, as we did have a 46 flat work this morning. So if it's fast, they'll go down in 114. This is a bunch that goes in 115. That's a 101 work. Only had to come home in 14. So why not take a shot? I think this horse will be big odds, so I'm going to give you 2, 1, and 3. On to race number 6. Classic high 5-time, our first of 2 of them. An allowance optional $10,000 claimer. For 3-year-olds and up, they're going to tackle the 1-mile distance. Stretch, we're both on the 3-year-old.
Yes, we are. Another good one in this race. This just to give some background on the 8th, this horse was entered in the Derby trial last week. Wouldn't have been my top selection, but was going to be my second selection. The figures coming in to this race put this horse, actually comparing to the Invaders that Jerry brings in, is probably in the top 5 horses that he's brought in the last year. That's why I really did like him in the trial. I think he's going to get the stalking trip. I don't know. I haven't talked. Maybe Kirt might add to it, but this might be a prep for the Derby.
Oh, it definitely is.
Okay.
Because he missed the other race, he was Stewart scratched out of there. So he was able to find this race, which is open to non-3 lifers, which he does fit that condition, which is the easiest spot.
Yeah, for sure. Perfect spot. 2 back was a good race. Got shut off closing and probably would have been closer, and then the jockey actually took a hold in the last 16th. If you had him in the high five. You made.
Yeah, that wasn't really good.
Anyway.
I watched that race.
Anything to add to the 8 there?
Well, even that last race, that was a nice power move that the horse made. Ended up tiring in the end and was beaten by a better horse, plain and simple. But ran a really lively race. There is going to be some speed in here, not a ton of it. But I think Manoduro will be up forward in the top 3 horses. I think this is a special 3-year-old, and this would have been my top pick in the Derby trial.
Okay, and then we both agree on the 2, which is right there. This horse has some talent. Drops out of one of those tough races.
The second level to the first level, which we're all over these horses
absolutely.
every time, and
again,
they do well.
And that last time, again, stake horses were in the race for sure. I think this horse can stalk. And if anything, might get the jump on the 8. If the 8, it is his first race over the track, this one's going to get a nice rail trip, I would think, get the jump. Maybe a chance at a small upset. You certainly don't want to leave it out in the exactor.
He could be the speed to go wire to wire.
He could do
and
that,
Speed's
too.
doing well around 2 turns.
Correct. Is that what you want to add to the 2? Or
yeah, that's what I'm adding.
Okay, I like it. And then the last, excellent. And the last one, the 5. This horse basically has run 4 good races here, just lost to a couple of horses that are just a little bit better. And so, again, I think kind of up against it again because same kind of thing. The other 2 might just be a little bit better, but don't leave this horse out. And exactor for sure, the try in there, or in fact, the high 5. So 8-2-5 for me.
Yeah, I agree with you on the 5, everything wholeheartedly. I'm also 8-2-5. Now we're carrying on to race number 7, a $5,500 claimer. 4 3-year-olds and up going the 5.5 furlongs. Should be a great race.
Yeah, it's a good way to end it off because I think you've got a nice 5,500 claimer that you can really cap. I've got it down to the 3 horses, the 1, 2, and 3. I could basically box my selections in that. Let's go to the 2. And the key for this one is, for me, the horse cuts back just this half furlong. I've watched him race every time. Shows presses last time it was wide and then seems to flatten that final 16th. Now gets that 5.5. I think the horse is going from outside to inside. That's going to help. And then the 1 is my second selection. I'll just talk briefly, and you can add to it there, Kirt. Makes a key drop of class. We've saw it, those last 2, 75 down, and then that allowance could be the speed of the speed. Certainly can put away the speed, just has to maybe hold off the closers. How about talk about the...
Well, that was a double drop that it's doing. 1 for 75. Went up to first level allowance, double drops to 5,500. That's an absolute huge one. Draws inside, and the horse breaks well. And it was competitive at that first level allowance. So I think we'll be very tough in here.
Yeah, and then my third selection is the 3. I always thought that this horse was better just sitting just off, and that's what Carino did last time. Yes, he did get a good
dream
trip.
Not good. Dream trip.
Absolutely got a dream trip, but that's also on the. You need some racing luck,
and
it's
for sure.
Also on the jockey setting the horse up. I think the horse could get the same trip again, so I don't want to completely hold against it just because I know this horse can run a little. 2-1-3 for me.
Yeah, the only add-on, I'm going to number 9, Danza Rebel. Throw the last race out. Horse just never got into it, but that previous start, I like that the horse was near the back, only about 3 lengths off. It made an absolute power move, but then Rydam ended up running down and getting that win. But Danza Rebel, if he comes with that same kind of move, and the 1, 2, 4, and 5, they all go battle on the front. It's going to be a move like that to set up boxcar returns. I'm giving you 1, 2, and 9. Good luck with all your wagers this evening. I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Carter Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race card of racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, number 3, Just Let Me At 'Em, will race with blinkers on. Now turning your programs to race number 2. In race 2, number 6, Monverde, the ownership should read Dan Hansen and James Price. Now turning your programs to race number 3, our featured race on the card, the 48th running of the R.C. Anderson Stakes, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. Number 6, Diane's Wish, the ownership should read A2 Thoroughbreds and True North Thoroughbreds. The jackpot pick 5 carryover, just over $450,000. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Scratch number 4, Steel Home. Now turning your programs to race number 5, our VIP Fan of the Night race. Just some overweights. Now turning your programs to race number 6, again, just an overweight. Turning your programs to race number 7, there are no changes. Well, an absolute gorgeous evening for racing here in Winnipeg. Oh my. I'm Elmer.
Yeah, Bugs Bunny.
I'm Kirt Fudd.
I guess so. I guess that's a good point. Yes, you would be.
You're the stretch bunny.
Yeah,
it's those long legs.
That's why. That's probably what they went with. Yes.
Oh.
So hardly cloudy. There's not much cloud, even though that's.
Well, it should be covering you. It kind of looks hazy. I don't know
I guess
about
so.
that. I think that should be up there a little stretch.
Okay.
Okay, under partly cloudy skies, the temperature 27 degrees Celsius or 80 Fahrenheit. A light wind out of the west-northwest at 8 kilometers an hour or 5 miles an hour. And the track is listed as fast. A fast racetrack for this evening's 7-race card of racing. And we're going to kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 16 minutes.
And they're off in the Canadian Derby. Red Rods will take the Manitoba Derby.
And Walcott takes the lead with Great Escape.
Regal Bryant, Roman Road number 9, Regal Bryant, will win the Derby.
And Great Escape winning the Canadian Derby.
And welcome to Assiniboia Downs. Be sure to enter your name for a chance to be our VIP Fan of the Night. Ballots are available in the lobby. If your name is picked, you're going to get the VIP treatment, including a $25 wagering voucher, an ASD t-shirt, a trip up to the press box to watch me call a race. You're going to go down to the paddock to see the horses, and you're going to watch a race from the winner's circle and get a frame photo with the winning horse. Now on to racing. If you're new to racing, stop by and see Shannon and Brad at the Fan Education Center, located on the main level. They can answer all your questions about how to bet. And be sure to download the new app called Dark Horse Bets. All new account signups receive a free $30 deposit and a free Dark Horse t-shirt. Scan the QR code on your front of your program cover or off of any of the posters around the building to download the app now. Have a great night of racing. Welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're kicking off the week of racing with a maiden allowance race for 2-year-old Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota breds. Going to go that 4.5 furlong stretch. Let's take a look at this field.
Yeah, so this time we'll start numerical order. We'll confuse Julie a little bit, but we never confuse Julie. She's always on the ball. So we'll start with the 1. And let's start with a couple key things with this horse. Obviously, the first start. Obviously showed some nice speed, ran well, but adds Lasix and has a nice workout since.
Really nice.
Yeah, correct. Really nice is correct.
Baby.
Yeah, and so I really look at that as how much can the horse improve. You usually think that they're all going to improve, but there's 2 reasons to think this horse can improve. It was bet down to 3-1 last time. Sitting at 6-1, yeah, it's good change, but I get 6-1, I'd probably be playing this horse.
Yeah, no doubt about it. On to number 2, Matrix Mechanics. Didn't fare so well in the debut. They do take blinkers off today, and does have a good one in the family, Matrix or Mechanics Susie, who you can see running in race number 2. So Matrix Mechanics, maybe the blinkers will be the big change here.
Yeah, and it's only one start, just learning how to run. And both of our top selection is number 3. Again, a horse with another workout, not a fast workout. You also mentioned they added blinkers.
Blinkers on today.
Correct. So it wasn't in the DRF. Is it in the program?
No, it's a late change.
It's a late change. So I'm glad you mentioned that. And that's something to always pay attention to Kirt's always going to get the changes, but for any track, you have those late changes, or take a look at the paddock. And so sure enough, there's the blinkers. And ran a great race, ran too good to lose in that last race. Ran that Silver Jaguar. Wait to see how good that horse is, but lots to like. I think the horse can go gate to wire.
Yeah, and I like that it's going back 4.5 furlongs. I think that is a huge key. It's not going the 5 furlongs, 4.5, where it battled and showed really good speed. So I think it's going to be forward again in the race. On to number 4, Banker's Day. Also sent out by trainer Devin Gittins. The dad, Nonios, 3 wins, all at a route, $459K out of the mom. Note to self, that was unraced. 8 half siblings. The best ones were way back when, a 5-time winner of $171K and an 8-time winner out of $234K in earnings. So it does have some class in there in the half siblings.
For sure, and it's just a success for Devin on 2-year-olds is something you have to always respect.
Yeah, that's definitely his forte.
For sure, and so okay, moving on to the 5, I'll talk about, before you do the breeding, I'll just talk about the works, which I do like looking at. You've got 5 back-to-back 5 furlong works. That's an angle I always look for. Now, it's only going 4.5, but something to always kind of pay attention to. It just really shows that whether it's a speed or a closing type, to be able to do nice times for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The dad, Vengeful Wildcat, been a really hot sire here in Manitoba. 3 wins, made over $200,000, was a sprinter. The mom, spite of success, 3 wins, $28K, also a sprinter. And this is the first full of racing age, so we don't have anything to go by in siblings. But I like those 2 5/8 workouts. Those stand out a little bit for me. But this horse did act up behind the gate last time it was entered, and it was scratched at the gate. But I like that workout coming back.
Yep, for sure. That's a good point, understanding what the scratch was the reason for. Talking about the 6, again, looking at the works, the last 3 works are good, especially the last one was really good at 48-3 for a 2-year-old. The only little bit of concern is there's a month off. And so I wonder about that. Clearly the horse has got back in shape, ready to go. But,
and all those bullet workouts, 36-2, June 4th in the recent half mile, 48-3. The dad, Kentucky Bear, 1 win, 100K at a route. The mom was fast. She had 2 starts, both of them winning efforts, made $27,000, 2 half siblings, but both of them are maidens. Let's go to our bets here in race number 1. Stretch, what do you have?
Well, you're going to see it's a smaller bet for me because 2-year-olds are not my forte, and so that's how I have the different ranges of the bets. $5 double wheel, 3 with 3, 4, and 6 in the second. That's 15. You just want to start off small, maybe do a $1 double wheel, 3 with 3, 4, 6.
And I'm going after the early pick 3. I'm taking 3, 4, 5 in here. Then I'm going to take the 3 and 6, round it out with the 1 and 5. That's only $12, but I'm taking a $2 one for $24. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 1. We'll see you back for race 2. The horse are on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 4.5 furlongs for $20,000. Number 1 is Pickin' Riffs, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Blair Miller with Tim Tarasenko. Number 2 is Matrix Mechanics, owned by Amazing Racing and Larry Falloon, trained by Shelley Brown with Fraser Abley. Number 3 is Just Let Me At 'Em, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Devin Gittins with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 4 is Banker's Day, owned by Larry Falloon and Champion, trained by Devin Gittins with Demario Bino. Number 5 is JL Copper, owned by Jerry Lambert and Lynn Matthews, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Ronald Alley. Rounding out the field is number 6, Awfully Special, owned by WRA Ventures, Hillside Farms, and Right Attitude, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Praven Badri. Post time for race number 1 in approximately 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the 2-year-olds kick off the week of racing going 4.5 furlongs. Nobody's won a race in this race. 1, 2, and 3 are the only ones that have run. The 3 first race out was a solid first out race, just lost by a neck. I think a repeat effort puts this horse in the winner's circle. Who can improve? I think the 1 is one of the improved horse at 5-1. Had a nice workout, gets second start's going to be a good thing, could show speed on the rail. And the best first-time starter that I like, that's the 4, also 5-1. Devin Gittins, the trainer, likes to win early, so I'm going to give you 3, 1, and 4. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 3. Just Let Me At 'Em. Ran huge first time out, battled every step of the way down the lane, only to lose the photo by a neck. Now coming back, gets the blinkers on, goes the same distance of 4.5. So I think he's got a really big shot. I also like number 5, JL Copper. Back-to-back 5 furlong works, one of them out of the gate, and the most recent one. And both the mom and the dad both had early speed. And number 4, Banker's Day, the other one sent out by trainer Devin Gittins. So I'm going to give you 3, 5, and 4. Good luck here in race 1. Picking riffs, the first one into the starting gate. Matrix Mechanics will be the next to move in. Just Let Me At 'Em, the Kirt 3-5 favorite, steps up. And in. Baker's Day will be next. Just 2 left to load. JL Copper. JL Copper will load without jockey Ronald Alley. Once JL Copper is in, he will climb back aboard. JL Copper being a little handful for the gate crew. They're now going to try opening the front gates for JL Copper. Ronald Alley now climbs back aboard. Put the front gates open. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch to report, and this is a first race. Scratch number 5, JL Copper. Once again, we have a late scratch to report, and this is a first race. Scratch number 5, JL Copper. If you wagered on number 5, JL Copper, there will be a complete refund. If you use number 5, JL Copper, in your early daily double or pick 3, you don't change your ticket, the favorite at post time will be substituted. Late scratch here in the first race. Scratch the 5, JL Copper. Now just waiting on Awfully Special. On the outside. The 2-year-olds are set. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking a little slow was Matrix Mechanics. To the outside, Awfully Special. Showing good early speed. On the inside, Just Let Me At 'Em is going to do some early battling. Picking Riffs has settled back in third, then a gap of 6 more to Banker's Day and Matrix Mechanics. The opening quarter, a quick 22-3, and Just Let Me At 'Em. Digging deep and opening up by 2. Awfully Special to the outside in second, back in third, picking Riffs, but Just Let Me At 'Em is 16th of a mile to go, is gonna win by 3. The photo for second between Awfully Special and picking Riffs, Baker's Day finished in 4th. The stewards are posted number 3, Just Let Me At 'Em, as your race winner. A photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 22-3, the half 46-2. Time for the 4.5 furlongs, 52-4. Results of the photo show number 1, Pickin' Riffs, finishing second. Third goes to number 6, Awfully Special. Fourth to number 4, Banker's Day. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 1, that's number 3, Just Let Me At 'Em. Just Let Me At 'Em is a big gelding, 2 years old, by Vengeful Wildcat, out of the mare Siphon Vice by Siphon. Owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Devin Gittins, and ridden to victory by Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Time for the 4.5 furlongs, 52-4. Number 3, Just Let Me At 'Em, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by his owner, Dr. Betty Hughes. Also, number 3, Just Let Me At 'Em, was a CTHS sales grad, and upon this maiden-breaking win, will receive a blanket presentation from the CTHS. Race 1 is official in the upcoming second race. Number 6, Moverde. The owner should read Dan Hansen and James Christ. Kicking off another pick 3 here in race number 2. welcome back down the paddock for race number 2 for this $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-2-lifers. We're going to go the 5 furlong distance. Let's take a look back at race number 1. Well, all these are Manitoba bred babies, but just let me at them. Look so much better than the first time.
Yes, and we kind of expected that. You expect improvement. Even the one pressed, came back on and ran a little straighter. I think the horse to make note of is a 6. I think she's going to improve after that. Start pressing the 3 the entire way, only to get tired late.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All these, you're going to get, these all came out of the yearling sale. The yearling sale on August the 20th. You can buy a horse just like this. On to race number 2, Stretch. Who do you like?
Okay, so we've got 4, 5, and 6 coming from another track, and usually there's less at this time of year, but you've got half the field, so trying to compare them from track to track. You made a good point on ASD Live that you want to get to know who they raced against, so you can go back and check to see and click on who they ran against. It's important because some races you'd think that track's not very good, but it could be a really tough field. I'm going to go back. I'm going to land on the 6 at a morning line of 3-1 and it's 6-5, 7-5. A couple reasons. I think this horse has the most speed if it wants to go. This horse showed speed at Oaklawn Park a couple times. That's pretty good. Yes, it didn't. And Santa Anita going a mile, but that's a big thing just for me. Going only 5 furlongs on the outside is not a problem. He's a little feisty in the paddock right now. A couple check. He's got the blinkers on, so that's good.
Yeah, the one thing I looked at, when it went from Oaklawn to Will Rogers, the horse was bet down to 60 cents, hit the front end, and made short work on that field, winning by almost 5 lengths.
From the 11 hole.
From the 11 hole. And then that last race, the horse that won a bad outlook at Chippewa Downs. Usually you go, oh, it's only Chippewa. But that horse did come from Oaklawn Park with a decent form on it. So Moverde did run very well in there. My second selection, number 3, Takati Gold, one of 2 fillies in the race. Takati Gold was running at the allowance non-2 lifetime level, dropped in for 5,000 last time, sat just off the speed, then took the lead and tired very late. But that was going 6 furlongs. Now it's going 5 furlongs today. And Stretch, after watching that first race, they went a second faster than the babies did last time out. I said there was that sharp work this morning. Seems like this track is really tight. Takati Gold, even though a girl against the boys, she might just love the distance.
Yeah, I think that's the big advantage with her dropping back to the 5. I think she's better at the 5. I used her as the 3rd selection. My second selection is the consistent horse that's been running well. The last 3 races put this horse in the mix. I think this horse can stalk. The reason I've only got this horse in 2nd and not in the top spot is it hasn't been in the money at the distance, so that concerns me a little bit. But just the figures are there and the right running style. I had to include this horse. You're getting 4-1. I think that's more than fair value.
Yeah, this one did race against number 5, Macer the Racer. You have to look at that race at Will Rogers back in early May and was bet down more than Macer the Racer. But I ended up going to Macer the Racer only because this horse shows really good speed. And that's what you kind of want going this 5 furlong distance. You don't want to be a closer in here unless most of the field is going to be banging heads on the front end. Macer the Racer coming off some bad form. 6th beaten 17 and 5th beaten almost 10. Was respected in both of those races, but was forward in them. And that's what I like, that it was running on the front end before tiring. Those were 6.5. A furlong and a half gets cut off today. So I like Macer the Racer to run a big race at good odds, 10-1.
Absolutely. Let's go to the rail horse that is 5 of 6 in the money at the distance. Remember, 5 to 6 furlongs is a big difference. I think this is the one that can show speed, but also can stalk. You look at a couple of those races, back the first 2 races, was right there. I don't think the horse will get the lead, but can make that move and kind of keep going. So 6-1 is about the right price. I wouldn't leave this horse out if you're playing some exactors.
Also look at number 2, Dunright. They had a tongue tie on today. Dunright took the drop from allowance down to 10-3. And then over to 5 on 2. That did go 7.5 furlongs, flash speed for a half a mile before backing out of it. This horse will have to show some of those Tampa races where this horse was competitive in Tampa, but hasn't really shown it. Maybe the tongue tie will be the key today.
For sure.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 2. Stretch, what do you have?
Okay, didn't play a pick 3 in the first race, but let's play a pick 3 before we get to the pick 5. Let's just a $3 one. I'm that confident here.
All right.
6 with 135 with 1-2. Total is 18. You just wanted to spend $1 to get in the game. $6. 6 with 135 with 1-2.
And myself, I'm just going 30 to win on the 6. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2, and we'll see you back for race 3. Our featured race on the card, the R.C. Anderson Stakes. Kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. The horse are on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $10,100. Number 1 is Living Sky. Owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Neville Stevenson. Number 2 is Done Right. Owned by Sean Morin and John Clement, trained by Sean Morin with Tim Tarasenko. Number 3 is Takati Gold, owned by S&S Racing, trained by Maria Stanford with Fraser Abley. Number 4 is Rigged Right, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Stanley Shady Jr. Number 5 is Macer the Racer, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Siobhan Bell. Rounding out the field is number 6, Mouverde, owned by Dan Hansen and James Christ, trained by Deb Hansen with Praven Badri. Post time for race number 2 in approximately 3 minutes. And as this is the second race, we have our HBPA Manitoba best turned out horse, and that's number 2, Done Right. Number 2, Done Right, the HBPA Manitoba best turned out horse here in race number 2.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, they're only going 5 furlongs, so it's going to be faster. We've got 4 boys, 2 girls in here. I'm going to go to one of the boys, and that's the 6 on the outside. It's an invader coming from another track, can show speed. As won from the outside before at Will Rogers Downs, I think the same thing can happen. Get the lead and just kind of keep going. Who else is there? That's the 4. This horse can sit just off the pace. If the 6 kind of gets tired, he could come late. That's at 4-1. And one of the girls is the 3. She can sit just off. 5 furlongs is her distance. She's at 5-2. But I'm going to go with the 6, 4, and 3. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 6, Moverde. This horse definitely was beaten by a good one from Oaklawn. Last time it ran at Chippewa Downs. Broke its maiden at 60 cents on the dollar. Has raced against Mesa the Racer, who is 90-1 that day. But I think this horse is a speed. I also like the filly, Takati Gold. She also offers speed to the race. And I'm going to throw in number 5, Mesa the Racer. I think all 3 speed horses run around the track together. I'm taking 6, 3, and 5. Good luck here in race 2.
It's post time.
Living Sky, one of the 2 fillies. First into the starting gate. Next up, the other filly, Takati Gold. Rigged Right now moves in. Mesa the Racer goes in. Just 2 left to load. Moverde, the current 6-5 favorite on the outside. Now just waiting on Done Right. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Takati Gold. The first one out of the gate and off to an early lead by a half length. To outside Mesa the Racer. Trying to keep up in second. Back in third. Living Sky in between horses. Done Right. Moverde, 3 wide, and the early trailer will be Rigged Right. The opening quarter, 22-2, and Takati Gold as the lead by 2.5. Back to second, Macer the Racer. Moverde, 5 wide and sneaking up the rail. Rigged right to Cotty Gold. Just in cruise control now. She is up by 5 with a 16th of a mile to go. This is Cotty Gold. She's going to win it. Rigged right second best. Third's going to go to Living Sky, and fourth to Moverde. The stewards are posted number 3, Takane Gold, as your race winner. Second goes to number 4, Rigged Right. Third to number 1, Living Sky. And fourth to number 6, Moverde. They went the opening quarter 22 and 2, the half 46 seconds. Time for the 5 furlongs, 58 and 3. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 2, that's number 3, Takati Gold. Takati Gold is a dark bay or brown filly, 3 years old, by Harbor the Gold, out of the mare El Tocolote by Bertrando, owned by SNS Racing, trained by Maria Stanford, and ridden to victory by Fraser Abley. Time for the 5 furlongs, 58 and 3. Race 2 is official in the upcoming third race. Our featured race on the card, it's the 48th running of the R.C. Anderson Stakes. Kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering, number 6, Diane's Wish. The owner should read A2 Thoroughbreds and True North Thoroughbreds. The Jackpot Pick 5 carryover, just over $450,000. And we'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's Pick 5. Turning your programs to race number 4, scratch number 1, Steal Home. There's no changes in race 5, 6, or 7. The 48th running of the R.C. Anderson Stakes, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. They'll go to post in 15 minutes. Are you new to Assiniboia Downs? then check out the 140 VLTs located in the climate-controlled second level. They're open all day, every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3. Our feature race on the card, the 48th running of the R.C. Anderson Stakes for 3-year-old fillies. Manitoba and Saskatchewan foals. They're going to tackle the mile. Quick look back at race number 2, the filly Takati Gold. Got that lead early and just kept it going.
Yeah, I was exactly. We've seen that speed. I liked her last time. I thought she'd get the lead after, but change in running style. I thought the Invaders looked like they needed a race over the track. They showed some speed. The 6 was wide throughout. Maybe make a note for that. But fast track, it continues.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It looked like speed might carry. They went 58 and change. This is like a 59-ish type of crowd. Okay, on to race number 3, Stretch. Both came up with the same horse that won't be on the lead.
No, no, I don't expect this horse to be on the lead. We've landed on the 5 for a couple reasons. Well, at least my first reason is that last race was a better than looked race. Ran a very nice race. Throw out the kitten. That horse is just too good for these. It was only within 5 lengths of Super Cairo, who is a stakes placed horse in that case, and a closer that has also run the distance. So if this horse, I think this horse is on the improve. You just look at the figures going up each time. It's a workout coming in, well spotted to win at a price.
Well, even look 2 outs ago, they added the blinkers then, and that was open maiden allowance that the horse made a really nice late move to only be beaten by 3, the additional Lasix last time. And I like that this horse is the only one. Well, Anakozana is the other one, but to go around 2 turns, well, look at the times. 137 on Anakozana, Iamila. They went down in 132 that day. So Iamila, I think, will get a lot out of that race. Another horse I like, number 1, Russian Pearl. How can you not like this horse? Already 4 starts this year, 2 narrow defeats, 1 in the allowance non-2 lifetime condition. The other one lost to number 3, Mechanic Susie in the Hazel Wright Sire Stakes. Russian Pearl has gone a rut of ground, chased after Prairie Drifter, and ended up backing up. If they let this horse go to the front, Mario Bino won 2 races on Wednesday night. He's been a great surprise addition to our jockey colony, and I think this one, if it gets loose, can steal it.
Yes, I agree with you, and that's where I was going back and forth. Who were my second choices? The 3 horse, I think, could stalk. Won a very exciting race last time. Game race was basically stalking outside and then got up late. Good ride by Antonio. 2 back was in a bit of trouble. That's why I did like her last time. If she can get the distance, she can be right there. That's kind of the puzzle, deciding which ones.
Well, did beat Russian Pearl going a mile last year as they ran in the Buffalo Stakes together, but steadied at the break. So cost the horse a little bit of early positioning. But I don't think Mechanic Susie would let Russian Pearl go, and vice versa. So I see the 2 of them doing all the dirty work in here. And if they go too fast, setting it up for the closer. Another horse to look at, number 6, Diane's Wish. Diane's Wish was the 4th place finisher behind Mechanic Susie, Russian Pearl, and just lost the photo to Cussin' Cat. She's been dynamite this year. Won at 5 non-2 and then opened 5 non-3 non-winners for the breeds. Gets Lasix for today's start. The question mark is the distance, but she does have a really good running style.
She does, and she's improving for sure with each start. The one other horse that actually has run around the 2 turns, and that's the 2 horse. Yes, it wasn't the fastest time, but at least has the experience around 2 turns this year. I think that sets her up to pass some horses late.
Yeah, yes. And also look at number 4, Mila Maria. This horse, first time out. Got a little respect on the board, didn't run so well, but the comeback race was much better. Only got beat by a length and 3/4 in the end. Here's another one that is doing the stretch out from 6 to a mile and only the 3rd lifetime start, but at least it showed some promise in its last.
It did, and the breeding says this horse can go long, and so if anything, this would be your biggest potential unknown with a chance at an upset for sure.
Yeah, and all these horses came from the CTHS sale. They paid anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000. And look at the money these horses can make. So if you get one of these horses in the sale this year, this is their 3-year-old campaign. They can make a lot of money.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's go to our wagers here in race number 3, Stretch. Pick 5 time. What do you got?
Well, it's going to go over 500,000, so watch for the fireworks when Adam hits the fireworks button at 500. Here we go. This has been working for the past few weeks. Let's play a pick 5. Started off with 1-3-5, with 1-2, with 1-3-5-6, taking 2 and 8 in the 6th, and 1, 2, and 3 to finish it off. And Just it's been helping pay for the tickets. If I don't hit it, 20 place on 5.
And myself, I'm taking the 135 in here also with the 125. Then I'm loading up 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. Then I'm keying the 3-year-old.
Did you leave out one horse?
2 horses.
Okay.
Not just one.
Okay.
And in the last 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, that's going to be $54. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 3. We'll see you back for race 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed Pick 4 wagering. Assiniboia Downs is proud to present our featured field here in race number 3. It's the 48th running of the R.C. Anderson Stakes. They're going to go 1 mile for $40,000. Number 1 is Russian Pearl, owned by Larry Falloon and Ron Wiley, trained by Devin Gittins with Demario Bino. Number 2 is Anna Kazana, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Praven Badri. Number 3 is Mechanic Susie, owned by Tom Payne, Larry Falloon, and Elton Dickey, trained by Elton Dickey with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Milla Maria, owned by High Road Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands, with Jorge Carreño. Number 5 is I Am Mila, owned by Back on Track Stables and Larry Falloon, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Siobhan Bell. Rounding out the field is number 6, Diane's Wish, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds and True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Xavi and Chow. Following the running of the R.C. Anderson Stakes, Assiniboia Downs is very pleased to have on hand Barry Anderson to make a trophy presentation to the winning connections. The 48th running of the R.C. Anderson Stakes. Here in race number 3, they go to post in approximately 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, here we go. The girls going 8 furlongs or a mile. They're 3-year-olds in this stake race. Not many have gone the distance, but the 5 has gone the distance, and that's why it's my top selection at 10-1. You're getting great value on a horse that has the experience, has a workout coming in, should sit just off the pace and try to make a late run. And if it does, you will get paid. Others to consider, the 3 is the favorite. She likes to be right there, battles every race. Think she could be right close to the pace, and the other one is the 1. That might be the sneaky one to go gate to wire along the rail. Wide open race, but let's go 5, 3, and 1. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on the maiden. I Am Mila. 2 outs ago, they put blinkers on, showed really good late run, then went against the best 3-year-old fillies on the grounds with a couple add-ins and ran very respectable in there. I like that the horse has gone around 2 turns and there is speed to run at. That speed is the 1 and 3. You can flip a coin between the 2 of them. They always finish that close. Russian Pearl had the lead 2 jumps before the wire and then came back Mechanic Susie and stole that win away. So it's the 2 of them, but I'm taking them underneath the 5. 5, 1, and 3 for me. Good luck here in race 3.
It's post time.
Russian Pearl leads the 3-year-old fillies into the starting gate. Anna Kozana, the next to go in. Next up, the 7-5 favorite. That's Mechanic Susie. Mila Maria. She now goes in. 2 left to load. I Am Mila. And now just waiting on Diane's Wish to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off in the 48th running of the R.C. Anderson Stakes. From the inside, Russian Pearl is the aggressive one and is going to get the early lead. Pressure is coming from Mechanic Susie in between horses. 3 wide, I Am Mila. Diane's Wish is going to be 4 wide. Sitting on the rail, Anna Kozana and Mila Maria, the early trailer. but only 5 off the lead. The opening quarter, 24-3. It's Russian Pearl on the inside to the outside. Mechanic Susie. Anna Kazana in third, only 3 lengths back. To the outside, Diane's Wish. In between horses, I Am Mila and Mila Maria. Still the early trailer. The half slowed down to 49 seconds. And Russian Pearl has that lead by a half length. To the outside, Mechanic Susie. Gonna try and look her in the eye from here. Third is Diane's Wish, 5 lengths back. And then it's Anna Kozana. They hit the head of the lane. 3/4, 1:13-2. And Russian Pearl has now taken over by 5 and starting to draw away. Coming up with only a 1/60th of a mile to go. Russian Pearl is going to take the 48th running of the R.C. Anderson Stakes. Photo for second, but it looks like Mechanic Susie held on. Third is going to go to Anna Kozana, and fourth to Diane's Wish. The Stewart's supposed to number 1 Russian Pearl. As your race winner, a photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter in 24-3, the half 49 seconds, 6 furlongs, 1:13-2, 7 furlongs, 1:26-3. Time for the mile, 1:40-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official or unofficial winner of the R.C. Anderson Stakes. That's number 1, Russian Pearl. Russian Pearl is a dark bay or brown filly, 3 years old, by Nonios, out of the mare Russian Jewel by Wildcat Air. Owned by Larry Falloon and Ron Wiley, trained by Devin Gittins, and ridden to victory by Demario Bino. Time for the mile, 1:40-1. Assiniboia Downs is very pleased to have on hand Barry Anderson to make a trophy presentation to the winning connections. Results of the photos show number 3, Mechanic Susie. Anderson second. Third went to number 2, Anna Kazana, and fourth to number 6, Diane's Wish. Also, congratulations goes out to trainer Devin Gittins, who scores the double. 2 wins for trainer Devin Gittins. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. Kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Scratch number 4, Steel Home. We'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's pick 4, but there's no changes in race 5, 6, or 7. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race 4. And ladies and gentlemen, we've drawn our VIP Fan of the Night. Congratulations goes out to Dean Pardosky. That's Dean Pardosky. Congratulations. You're our VIP Fan of the Night. Please report to guest services on the main floor, South End. Well, be sure to join us for Manitoba Derby Night on Monday, August the 7th at 7:30, featuring the 75th running of the $125,000 Manitoba Derby, which is the first leg of the Western Canadian Triple Crown. It's also family fun night with free kids activities. For more information, go to asdowns.com. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4, kicking off pick 4 wagering with an allowance optional $15,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. Scratch number 4, Steal Home. Quick look back at race number 3. Well, Stretch, I thought they would battle on the front end, but that didn't happen. And because that didn't happen, Russian Pearl looked amazing.
Yeah, we kind of touched on that, is if they could do the battling and knock each other out or try to run around and the 3 trying to run down the 1 late. But it was a good ride on the front end. And I can tell you that the times are quick today. That's an above par performance for that level. And so we'll see how the times get going, even this type of competition. So I think it's at least 2 to 3 lengths fast today.
Yeah, that's second, so that's 5 lengths.
Yeah.
I agree with you there. On to race number 4. We got the same top 2.
Yeah, I'll start with the 2 as my talk about this one. We know how this horse likes to run, likes to go to the lead. One of those races going 1 1/8 was in front by 7. Yeah, you don't really like to be in front that much. Usually means you're going a little too fast.
Yeah, but only lost by 2 in the end, which is kind of surprising for a horse like that.
Yeah, that's fair. Show some gameness in there. So you'd think, oh, this is only a turf horse. We talked about an ASD Live, 9 starts and 7 times in the money on the dirt. So I like that.
The last 3 dirt races, a win in 2 seconds.
Yeah, so there you go. Those figures on the turf are solid. 4 to 1's fair value.
And all 3 winners in the first 3 races on the front end.
Correct. So we'll see how it goes. A couple weeks ago, it was front end going long. So everything kind of points 4 to 1. I don't think you're going to get 4 to 1 at post time, but you can't leave this horse out.
No doubt about it. We also like number 1, Pray for Peace. Great race first time out. Had a little trouble in the turn and ran behind Big Nick and Market King. Market King has since come back to win and then tested the best on the grounds. Tiger Dad, Big Nick, and Magic Tiger. They ran against each other again, and it was Magic Tiger on top with Tiger Dad for second and Big Nick for third. But this is a huge drop out of those stake races. This horse gets into this race as a non-winner in 2023. Loves going to run ground, has good stalking speed, draws inside. A lot of good things to like about Pray for Peace.
I'm with you completely. Yes, horse fits, Derby trial winner last year. So moving on, I think after those 2, it becomes kind of wide open. I did use the 7 as my 3rd selection, kind of a sentimental pick. Been cashing tickets with him for years. The track might not be playing to his running style, so it's almost an audible. Maybe use him for 3rd or 4th in your tries and supers. He's going to have to close. There's got to be a duel up front for him to be there. He likes to make a move. I'm going to watch him. If he runs 3rd or 4th, you may want to save him next time the track might not be as speed favoring.
Yeah, another horse I like in here, number 5, Warriors Map, taking all the early money, currently at 6 to 5. Was in this condition twice, lost to Magic Tiger. There was no disgrace in that, and then lost to Quinto Sol and Explosive. But that wasn't really a good race for Warriors Map. This is a horse that sits close, though, does stalk, dropped into the first level allowance and made quick work of those type. Now comes back up to the second level allowance, but it isn't going to be as easy as it was last time out.
No, for sure. And a possible other speed horse would be the 6. Did show speed going longer. Hasn't had a chance, only had 1 start in a race that is pure sprinters in that race, was close early and just kind of ran around. It needed that prep for sure. There's some races. This horse was on the turf and wasn't actually in a grade 1 stake race. So this might be the sleeper with the right trip to include in there at 11 to 1.
Yeah, also look at number 3, Van Gilder, another one sent out by trainer Jerry Gornall. He has the 1, 2, and 3. This horse was running at Lone Star and Sam Houston. Does not have any early speed. This one is a deep closer. Last one at Remington Park. But it's all about the route races for this horse. Comes off of 2 back-to-back decent outings, running second, and then last time, 4th beaten 5. The work coming in is a decent one in 51 and 2. Not totally out of the question for Van Gilder, but this is a jump up.
jump up and needs that pace for this horse to get up, but certainly belongs in this group.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 4. Stretch. What do you have?
All right, we're going to keep it going. Did you know, Kirt, I've hit 4 straight pick 4s and actually had it twice on Wednesday, as you did too. Just 4 out of the last 5 days. Anyway.
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
Oh, thank
you. How about 5 out of 5?
Well, that's what we're going for. So
Let's do it.
Let's do it. That's old news. Here we go. 2 tickets. 1-2 in this race with 1-3-5-6, with 2-8, with 1-2-3. And let's play another one because I'm going to take a chance, take more horses with a key. So we'll go 1-2-5-6 with 1-3-5-6, King the 8 with the 1-2-3.
And myself, I'm going to take the 1 and 2 in here with the 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, with the 8, with the 1, 2, and 3.
Those look similar. Very similar.
Yeah, it's very similar, but I'm just trying to get one with you. I'm trying to go back to back.
That's fair.
All right. Okay, I'm going to spend $30. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. The horses are on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 1 mile for $18,500. Number 1 is Pray for Peace, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Praven Badri. Number 2 is Brock On By, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 3 is Van Gilder, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Neville Stevenson. Number 4, Steel Home was scratched. Number 5 is Warriors Map, owned by Jared Brown and John Gannis, trained by Jared Brown, with Jorge Carreño. Number 6 is Primo Touch, owned by Kirk Sutherland, trained by Rick Wise, with Antonio Whitehall. Rounding out the field is number 7, Plentiful, owned by Murray Duncan and the estate of Gerald B. Stewart, trained by Murray Duncan, with Stanley Shady Jr. Post time for race number 4 in approximately 3 minutes. now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
The boys going a mile in a competitive optional claimer. It's the first leg of the pick 4. Let's land on the 2 as a top selection. This horse can show speed and just likes to go as fast and as far as he can possibly go. Has shown it on the dirt before. Has the class to be right there. It's going to be catch you if you can. The stalker of the group with the stablemate will be the 1. He's just going to sit just off and try to make a late move. He runs back to his last race in July. Watch out. The closer at the back of the pack, the old guy, the 7. He'll be coming to close late, but needs a fast pace early. Let's go 2, 1, and 7. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you with Brock on by. This looks like the predominant speed of the race. And so far, our first 3 winners all hit the front end, and they all got their picture taken, so that makes the 2 a little bit better. Number 1, Pray for Peace, is coming out of the stakes races, so this is a much easier race in this second level allowance. And the 5 Warriors Map, a big win, an easy win last time out in the first level allowance. Back up to the second level allowance where it did run second to Magic Tiger. I'm going to give you 2, 1, and 5. Good luck here in race 4.
It's post time.
Pray for Peace, the first one into the starting gate. Rock on by, the co-favorite at 2 to 1 is in. Next up, Van Gilder. Warriors Map moves in. Just 2 left to load. Primo Touch. And just waiting on Plentiful to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Brock on by and Pray for Peace. Both are away well. To the outside, Primo Touch. Now goes up and engages Brock on by for the lead. Pray for Peace settles back 2.5 lengths in third. Warriors Map fourth on the outside with Van Gilder on the inside and Plentiful. The early trailer, 7 off the lead. The opening quarter, 23-3. And on the inside, Brock on by with Primo Touch. These two battling it out 4 lengths ahead of Pray for Peace. Moving up the rail, Van Gilder, then Warriors Map and Plentiful is still the trailer. Coming up the half mile in a very quick 47-2. Brock on by, Primo Touch They're about to get company as Pray for Peace has moved 3 wide. Also moving, Warriors Map, looking for room, Van Gilder, and the trailer now plentiful. Only 4 lengths front to back. Brock on by, now takes over the lead. 1:12 and 3, hitting the head of the lane. Van Gilder trying to sneak up the rail, now going to the outside, and Pray for Peace. Running huge on the outside is now the leader. Van Gilder in between horses. Brock on by. Gorno, 1, 2, 3, and the 3, Van Gilder is going to take it. Second's going to go to Brock on by. Third to Pray for Peace, and fourth to Warriors Map. The Stewart's supposed to number 3, Van Gilder, as your race winner. Second goes to number 2, Brock on by. Third to number 1, Pray for Peace. And fourth to number 5, Warriors Map. They went the opening quarter 23 and 3, the half 47 and 2. 6 furlongs, 112 and 3. 7 furlongs, 125 and 3. Time for the mile, 139. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 4, that's number 3, Van Gilder. Van Gilder is a bay horse, 7 years old, by Painter, out of the mare High Speed Goldie by Parade Ground. Owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Neville Stevenson. Time for the mile, 139. Race 4 is official. In the upcoming 5th race, our VIP Fan of the Night race, there are no changes. Kicking off the late pick 3 here in race 5. And just a reminder that if you're new to racing, to download the Dark Horse Bets app. All new account signups receive a free $30 deposit to their account. The Dark Horse Bets app was designed for people new to horse racing, making wagering simple with smart picks predictions available for all races. Get your free $30 now by signing up for Dark Horse Bets. Just scan the QR code on the front of your program. Welcome back down paddock 4, race number 5. We have a $7,500 claimer. For Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred maidens for fillies and mares 3 and up, they're going to go 6 furlongs. Let's take a look back at race number 4, well stretch. It was a Gorno Triactor, and all of them ran huge.
They did run huge. I think probably the 2 was probably the best in the race. Battled every step of the way. Fast fractions.
47 and 2 half mile.
No kidding. Another fast mile time in there. So it sticks with the lightning racetrack. Great ride by Neville just to really get the horse going late and kind of taking over. So impressive the patience on his ride.
Yeah, he got to sit on the rail every step of the way and pray for peace. Now gets that one under the belt. Expect him to move forward also. On to race number 5. This isn't an easy one.
It is not an easy one. And so I'm going to start with the 5 at 4-1. I think is more than fair price there. A couple reasons I like the 5. Showed speed last time going 7.5 or 2 furlong or 2 turns. Now cuts back. Showed speed a couple back. And again, is battling. I think this horse is on the improve. I like the workout coming in and the cutback. It just sets it up for this horse to run an even better effort, and an even better effort puts this horse in the mix.
Yeah, definitely does. Another horse I like is a first-time starter. Number 2, Salty But Sweet, has 1 full sibling that didn't start, has 10 half siblings. 3 of them didn't start. 3 are maidens, a 1-time winner, a 2-time winner, a 3-time winner, and a 4-time winner. But what I like about this horse, 11 workouts. And there wasn't any real gaps in there. And the best one was the most recent one, 101-1. That's an impressive work for these bottom-level Manitoba, Saskatchewan maidens. So I'm going to take a shot, and right now is taking money on the board at 5-1.
For sure. And so the three always, we talked about it. This horse is your evenly paced horse. You know what you get. I think if nobody really improves, then this horse can. It's one of those lots of seconds and thirds. Good horse actually to own because you're always in the mix.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But no wins, almost 16,000 in earnings.
Yeah, and the key though, why this horse could suddenly wake up and again showed speed and now cuts back. So I think if this horse just kept running the 5 or 6, you wouldn't see the improvement. But that cutback tells me that you don't want to leave this horse out. Maybe today is the day.
And Devin Gittins has already won 2 races. Another horse to look at, number 1, Just the Pose. Just the Pose is taking the big drop. First time out, restricted maiden allowance where Cussin' Cat was too good. Came back in the open maiden allowance. 5th beaten 7, did beat half the field in there. Then went in the Hazel Wright Sire Stakes. That was just way too tough with Mechanic Susie and Russian Pearl. We've seen Russian Pearl earlier on winning the R.C. Anderson in race number 3. You're getting 5-2 on a maiden allowance dropper.
For sure. And my main allowance dropper, which I think should be dropping, has shown brief speed each time. Last time, you really have to watch the replay. This horse broke maybe a step slow, moved up, was chasing I've Got It All Night, who is, I expect to be a real good runner.
Wow, what a debut that was.
Exactly. Checked, and then that was it. So I'm hoping for a cleaner trip. I think you're going to, that's my long shot, 9-1 right now. Who knows, those maiden special weight droppers, when they drop to an easier level, like the 1.
Which is the bottom level.
Correct. Can certainly wake up because they're racing against some good ones.
Yeah, I agree with you in there. Another horse to look at, number 7, Debilicious. Only 1 start last year as a 3-year-old. Was in a stake race and beaten by a couple of horses that did come back to win. This one has some decent works coming in. The most recent one, 37. And on July 4th, did a half mile in 50. Not totally out of the question for this one. A North Dakota bred and making its first start in 2023.
Yeah, so we'll see what we get. We got, like you said, some steady works. There is a 5 furlong. Looking at the 4, here's another cutback coming from the Big Energy and the Ohio race. Well, did lose to them by a bunch of lengths, but it's one of those, if the horse just can't get the distance, they tried something, now might get the trip. Maybe can't win it, but certainly can be in the mix for 3rd or 4th.
And the last one to look at, number 8, No No Midnight. They've tried several different things, blinkers and Lasix the last time out. Did have a little bit of a troubled trip as it was bumping around. Did go 7.5 furlongs for the first time, but really hasn't shown anything good enough to me to throw it in the top 3. But maybe the experience of 4 starts to cut back in distance will help. Maybe be able to get into maybe the superfecta.
Yep.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 5. Stretch, what do you got?
Well, start with the pick 4. Thanks, everybody, getting in the pick 4. My streak is dead. Stick a fork in me there. So,
all right.
So I've got to just go to an exactor box, try to battle it back here. $3 exactor box, 3, 5, and 6, trying to beat what I expect to be the favorite, the 1. And it's $18. Or do a $1 box. It's only 6.
Yeah, I'm going to take a shot on that first-time starter. I'm taking it on top of 6 horses. The 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for second and third. That'll cost $30. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5, and we'll see you back for race 6. Horse are on the track for race number 5, our VIP 10 of the night race. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $10,000. Number 1 is Just a Pose, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt, with Fraser Abley. Number 2 is Salty But Sweet, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross, with Neville Stevenson. Number 3 is Big Energy, owned and trained by Devin Gittins, with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 4 is Jackie's Thunder, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Blair Miller, with Arthur Badu. Number 5 is Milan, Ohio, owned by Pat Murphy, trained by Mike Tamporn, with Ronald Alley. Number 6 is Brownell Bay, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Blair Miller, with Antonio Whitehall. Number 7 is Debilicious, owned by Dan Hansen, trained by Deb Hansen, with Praven Badri. Rounding out the field is number 8, No No Midnight, owned and trained by Donna Johnston with Siobhan Bell. Our VIP fan of the night race, here in race number 5, they'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the girls going 6 furlongs looking for their first win lifetime. It's an evenly matched board. The 3's a slight favorite, but let's try to beat her with a bit of a price on the 5. This horse showed speed last time, cuts back in distance, has a workout coming in, is on the improve. With the right trip, certainly could upset the 3. Yes, the 3 is always right there and deserves to be the favorite. Same kind of thing, showed some speed. With the right trip and nobody else improves, she can win. And how about a long shot? That's the 6, dropping from the top maidens. Hasn't shown much, but has some trouble. Every reason to improve. Let's go 5, 3, and 6. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I like the first-time starter in here. That's number 2, Salty But Sweet. 11 workouts coming in, and the best one is the most recent one in 101-1. I'm expecting Salty But Sweet to be forward early. I also like number 1, Just Oppose, taking that main allowance drop to this much easier company, and big energy rounding it out. I'm 2, 1, and 3. Good luck here in race 5. Just Oppose, the first one to go in. Next up, Salty But Sweet. Big Energy, the Kirt 9-5 favorite, ready to go in. Jackie's Thunder will be next. Milan, Ohio steps up and in. Debilicious, the next one in. Now just 2 left to load. Brownell Bay. And waiting on No Midnight to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. In the middle of the track, Milan, Ohio. Flashes some early speed, but Brownell Bay now goes to engage and goes on by and grabs a lead. Settled back in third, Salty But Sweet. Big Energy on the rail in fourth. Jackie's Thunder back in fifth. On the outside, Debilicious moving smartly. Then Just Oppose and No Midnight. The early trailer, 23-1 the opening quarter. The leader now taking Milan, Ohio. Debilicious. She's made a bold move and engages Milan, Ohio. Settled back in third, big Energy, trying to reel them in. And Just Oppose and Jackie's Thunder, they hit the head of the lane. Milan, Ohio, a short lead. Debilicious. The danger on the outside. These two have 3 lengths on big Energy inside the 16th pole. Milan, Ohio, Debilicious, nose and nose. Debilicious is going to take it. Milan, Ohio, second best. Third is going to go to big Energy. The Stewart's supposed to number 7, Debilicious, as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Milan, Ohio. Third to number 3, Big Energy. And fourth to number 1, Just Oppose. They went the opening quarter 23-1, the half 47 seconds. 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 1/5. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:14. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 5, that's number 7, Debilicious. Debilicious is a dark bay or brown filly, 4 years old, by Going Commando, out of the mare Sunset Illusion by DeStoops. Owned by Dan Hansen, trained by Deb Hansen, and ridden to victory by Praven Matt Badry. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:14. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6 race. Our first of 2 classic high 5 races. There are no changes. Classic high 5 wagering here in race number 6. And just a reminder to get your Chase the Ace tickets for our new weekly draw. The progressive jackpot is guaranteed at $5,000 if you pick the Ace of Diamonds. Tickets start at $5 and are available online at asdowns-cta.com or in person at Guest Services or at the VLT Cashier's Cage. The weekly draw will take place this Wednesday at 9 p.m., so get your tickets now. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6. We have an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up. They're going to go 1 mile, kicking off classic high five wagering. Let's take a look back at race number 5 stretch. Well, we thought it was wide open, and Debilicious ran down Milan, Ohio, and made such a power move.
That was an impressive move for that level, for sure. I think that, and that was the first start of the year. I think that horse has every reason to improve. That first race last year wasn't at least in the stake race, but 2 back was that 5 furlong work that you briefly mentioned. It wasn't on my radar, but it was a wide open race.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Had to take a bunch in there, and if you took that one, you were rewarded. Okay, on to race number 6 stretch. We got it down to 2 of them in here.
We do. We do. I'm going to start at the 8 horses. My top selection is this horse was entered in the Derby trial last week, and the horse certainly belonged there, and then didn't get to run. Those last 3 races are very good. All 3 of those races would be good enough to win in here. We talked about it, and you think it's a prep for the Derby in 2 weeks. So if you're bringing this horse, you claimed it for $50,000. You have a plan, and so these horses are pretty good, but they're not really Derby type horses. So needs to get the right trip. It seems like you've got to be near the lead unless there's a battle up front. Do you think there's a battle up front, Kirt?
Well, I don't think there's going to be a strong battle like we've seen back in race number 4, where they went 47-2. But I think Monstradamus and Lucky Chucky are going to provide the speed in here.
Yeah, for sure, potential. Go ahead.
Yeah, I also like Manadura. This horse ran some big races, but I also like number 2, Monstradamus. This is a horse that can get real brave on the front end. Ran a good race last time out. Wasn't going to beat Quinto Sol or Explosive. And the time before that was doing all the dirty work, and Magic Tiger ended up flying on by. And since Magic Tiger was stakes place and now a stakes winner, so was in really good company. And I really like that this horse did work back since that race in 49-3. Fits very well in this race, and I think will be a top contender.
Yeah, I agree, and I think if with the right trip or gets left on the front end, certainly could go gate to wire. Both of our third selection is the 5. This horse certainly fits in this condition. It's just lost to a couple horses that are just slightly a little bit better. If 2 or 8 don't run their races, I think this horse can be right there. Should be a stalker and likes to make a move on the turn and see if the horse can kind of keep going. You get a jockey change on a hot jockey right now.
Yeah, the bug boy, Fraser Abley, riding lights out. Also look at number 3, Lucky Chucky, has a win string going of 2 in a row, beating up on allowance non-2 lifers in both those and doing it rather easily. Going to the front 2 outs ago last time, sat a little off of it. And then there was no doubt that Lucky Chucky was getting the job done. But this is a big jump up to the first level allowance, but the horse is on a roll.
Is on a roll, and I liked his race, how he ran last race, was able to stalk. Let's go to the 1. We both like this horse. It was pretty basic, big favorite last time. It is moving up in class, but if you look 3 back, did run in this similar condition and ran a nice second going short, but this horse does run long, 4 or 5 at the distance, so certainly in the mix. Does have to improve maybe to beat the top few selections, but does like to make a nice move.
Yeah, didn't beat much in the last one, but the second place horse has since come back to win. Also look at number 4, Looking High. Jerry Gorno brought this one, 5,000 at Lone Star, and ran a third. Was beaten by the 5, Gallon Oak, by a length and a quarter. Will be a mid-pack sitter in here, kind of in the stalking form. I don't think it's big for the win, but definitely can throw it in as Grey Admiral. That race did go wire to wire.
For sure. I've got to mention the 6 is moving way up in class. I have to mention because he helped me hit a ticket there with just getting up at just got up. It was a short nose. But it was right trip. 2 back was pressing wide and tired. We'll see. If you look at the Woodbine races, this horse does suit going a distance. So maybe in the mix, it is the high 5. So with 8 horses, you need somebody to be maybe 4th or 5th to help it pay. That would be one of them.
And the 7 Ethan's Animal, once they started stretching out, this horse got a little better. First time out, ran a good 4th behind Hard West and Toil and Trouble. The comeback race, Sir Deputy hit the front end and was not caught. And this horse was well back, trying to weave its way through the field. Last time out, had to chase after a loose speed horse, Impersibility, and ran a game 2nd. And Grey Admiral was 3rd in there and did come back to win this condition next time out. So this one you can't throw out, and it's 17-1.
Yeah, it's a good betting race. Lots of options. Even if you do like the favorite, you can play some exactors or tries with it.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 6. Stretch, what do you got?
I've got 2 bets in here. I've got a $10 exacta box, 2 and 8. And then I think the 8 might just be a little bit better, but try to get it again. $10 exacta wheel 8 with 2-5. You can scale it down however you want. I'm spending $40. You certainly can make it a $2 base bet, make it a little less. Kirt.
And myself, I'm getting greedy. I'm going after the tractor. I'm taking the 8 on top. 2-5 for second with the 2-3-5-7 dollar ticket. It's only $6. I'm taking a $5 one for 30. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 6, and we'll see you back for race 7. The horse on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 1 mile for $16,500. Number 1 is Toil and Trouble, owned by Ron Wiley, trained by Devin Gittins with Demario Bino. Number 2 is Monstradamus, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 3 is Lucky Chucky, owned by Shelley Brown, Larry Falloon, and Champion, trained by Shelley Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Lookin' High, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Neville Stevenson. Number 5 is Gallant Oak, owned by Bonnie McCrory and Gary Danielson, trained by Gary Danielson with Fraser Abley. Number 6 is Merrimack, owned by Tom Boyko, trained by Carl Anderson with Tim Tarasenko. Number 7 is Ethan's Animal, owned by Line Life Stable, trained by Ryan DeJarlis with Stanley Chady Jr. Rounding out the field is number 8, Manodura, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Praven Badri. Classic high 5 wagering here in race number 6. They'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, here we go. The boys going a mile in an allowance optional claimer. This 8-horse is the favorite, deserves to be the favorite. Has the back class coming from Oakland Lone Star Park, who's very competitive racing. Should sit just off the pace and make a late run. Figures say the horse belongs in this and might be going right to the Derby after here. Look at the 2, 7-1. That's your value play. Stalking Trip might end up on the lead. Don't leave that one out. And another price horse at a long shot, that's the 5. He'll be sitting close too. Maybe you don't win much on the win, but you can use the 2 and the 5 in the exactor. 8, 2, and 5. Kirt?
At stretch, I'm with you. Manitoba's run 3 big races in a row. Comes over to Assiniboia Downs and fits the condition nicely as a non-3 lifer and has a good running style, not being far away. I do like number 2, Monstradamus. This is a horse that could steal it on the front end. And the solid horse always there is the 5, Gallon Oak. I'll give you 8, 2, and 5. Good luck here in race 6.
It's post time.
Lucky Chucky, the first one into the starting gate. Next up, Toil and Trouble. Monstradamus set to go in. Looking High will be next. Gallon Oak now walks right in. Miromech's turn. Just 2 left to load. Ethan's Animal. And just waiting on the even money favorite, Manodura, to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Quickly from the inside, Monstradamus. Flashing a bit of early speed. In between horses, Lucky Chucky. Miromech on the outside will now take over. Manodura wants to be up close early. Settle back in third. Monstradamus in between horses. Lucky Chucky. Also in the early fray, Gallant Oak. Another length back. That's Toil and Trouble on the rail. To the outside, Ethan's Animal. And your early trailer will be Looking High. The opening quarter, a respectable 23-3. And it's Miromech and Gallant Oak. These two battling it out. Manodura on the outside, stalking them. Monstradamus sitting on the fence, waiting for some room. Lucky Chucky also on the outside, moving up, Looking High. Toil and Trouble, and Ethan's Animal is a trailer. The half 47-4. Gallant Oak with the lead. The favorite Manodura on the outside, starting to look him in the eye as they hit the head of the lane. It's Gallant Oak with the short lead. Manodura trying to dig into it. They're running out of ground. A 16th of a mile to go. Manodura, Gallant Oak, Manodura is going to take it. Gallant Oak second best. Third's going to go to Monstradamus. Close for fourth. The stewards are close to number 8, Manodura, as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Gallant Oak. Third to number 2, Monstradamus. A photograph has been called to determine the fourth place finisher. They went the opening quarter 23-3, the half 47-4, 6 furlongs, 113, 7 furlongs, 126-1. Time for the mile, 139-2. Results of the photo show number 1, Toil and Trouble, finishing fourth. Fifth goes to number 4, Looking High. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 6, that's number 8, Manodura. Manodura is a chestnut colt, 3 years old by Keen Ice, out of the mare Benapista by Bernardini, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Praven Badri. Time for the mile, 1:39 and 2. Congratulations goes out to trainer Jerry Gorno, who scores the double. 2 wins for trainer Jerry Gorno. Also, congratulations goes out to jockey Praven Badri, who scores the double also. Back-to-back winners for jockey Praven Badri. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. Classic High 5 wagering. There are no changes. Classic High 5 here in race number 7. Well, after the final race, be sure to head up to the clubhouse where our popular Crazy Hour kicks in. Beer, shots, and wine just $4.75, as well as 25% off all appetizers, plus 140 VLTs ready for action until 1 a.m. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7, another classic high five race for this $5,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 6. Well, the Derby Trail still alive for Manitoba. What a nice hard-fought win.
It was a hard-fought win, and it was not an easy trip. He prepped for the Derby running about a mile and a 16th.
At least a mile and a 16th. I was going to say he almost did the mile and an 8.
Yeah, for sure. No, it wasn't an easy trip. A game effort on the 5 for sure. He just kind of loses again to a horse. It's just a touch better, but exciting race. For those alive, updates, so the pick 4s that we do not have to worry about.
Yeah, no worries there at all.
There's no stress for us right
No.
now. From 2,600 on the 2 to 22,000 on the 5 and the 7 in that. And I think because of that 8 winning, that saved the pick 5. The pick 5 doesn't look like it's going to today, mainly because we had 2 favorites. But if that 5 had won, we might have been looking at somebody for 500,000 there.
Yeah, that would have been a nice payday. Okay, on to race number 7, Stretch. What do we have?
Okay, I like the inside 3 horses. I'll start with the 2, Julie, if you can find the 2. There we go. Hard West. This is a similar angle to the horse in the second race where that cutback, the maxed out. I think Hard West 5.5 is a perfect distance for him. He's been in good stalking trips the last few, and then it's flattened. But when I look at the times and the figures, it's not nearly as bad as it looks maybe on that of losing lengths. I think he's going to get a nice trip and sit just off. His best race is when he sits just off and doesn't move too early. So we'll find out. Before he just had so much horse and kind of took off. So we'll see what Antonio decides.
Yeah, and he gets a really good inside draw in here. That's going to be helpful. I also like number 1, Fresh One. Is off of Lasix today. This horse was a winner at 7,500, coasting wire to wire. Then went in the first level allowance race. Actually ran a really good race in there. Del Vecchio was a second level allowance horse, dropping into the first level. Mr. McLean, the third place finisher, lost to Big Nick, who went on to win stake races. And My Noah won an allowance non-2 lifer and has come back with 2 second place finishes. So Fresh One was not an easy race. Does a double drop here to 5,500, speed on the inside, and getting amazingly 5-1 going this 5.5.
Yeah, I'm agree with you completely. It was almost my top selection with the right trip. I'll go to the 3 horse. This horse ran the nice race that I like when he sits just off the pace. Last year he had a couple of those races too and ran big. This is his level. This is the race he belongs. If he gets caught up in an absolute speed duel, I don't think he'll last. But if he gets that, like you said, a dream trip.
Oh, it was. Remember the rail opened up about 5 wide to the next horse, and Carreno's like, where is everybody? They're all in the parking lot.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah, no, and he took full advantage of it. So maybe you'll get the same. Probably not as good, but certainly belongs in the race.
Another horse to look at, number 9, Danza Rebel. This horse ran a big race 2 outs ago to Rydom, only losing by a narrow half a length. The comeback race wasn't any good, but I think Danza Rebel is better than what he showed in that last one. And if he tries that stalking roll, maybe the 1, 2, 4, and 5, they all, and even throwing the 7, they all go battle it out. And then Danza Rebel sits in behind, overtakes him late at big odds.
That's his running style. My price horse is the 6. Again, you probably heard today, in the past days, I like the change of running styles and the cutback. This horse went 7 furlongs and ran evenly against Rail Splitter, who is actually a classier horse than 55 for sure. Can sit just off the pace. I think he's the one that can help make the try or the super pay.
Also look at number 4, Golden Eye. This horse is taking the drop from 7,500 and previously the first and second level allowance. Showed speed last time out. There was other speed in there, and then backed up to be beaten 6 3/4. I think this horse will really like the 5.5 furlongs. Added with the drop and a break in the weights with the bug boy on, Golden Eye might be able to run big, and you're getting 9-1.
Correct, and for somebody that has the 22,000 on the 5, I can tell you that this horse is worth a shot here. Dueled last time. I didn't like that it tried to duel. I like when he sits just off because he wasn't the best horse in the race. Needs a trip. 2 backs not bad, and just has the figures with the right trip. Can sit off. If you look at the Will Rogers races when he comes off the pace, he's right there.
And it looks like Terawad is getting a new pair of Nikes on right now. Also take a look at number 7, Doug's Pal. 2 starts this year after being off for a year. Ran second, beaten 1 to the 8-horse Drop a Caribou, who was on a roll and then came back with a hard-fought win by a narrow nose. This horse has won 3 out of the last 4 starts. Maybe not a total throwout in this kind of crazy, speedy race.
Likes to win. That's what it's all about.
Definitely.
You have okay. We'll talk about the 8. I've cashed a few times. I didn't like him last time because I thought it was a little tough. But
and
again,
2 turns.
And 2 turns. He's better coming off the pace. You look at those races, some good stalking trips, and gets claimed. So Mike Daphorn's 35% this year. He's tough, and you look at he's a 17% off a claim. So he's certainly worthwhile. And of course, Mike's standard angle, which I do like. He has a workout coming in, a breezing 48-3. That's a pretty sharp or quick breezing time.
Yeah, it definitely is. And the last horse to look at, number 10, You're on the Money, comes off a win in its last start, going 6.5 furlongs. But another one who adds speed to the race. And I don't know if that's what you want out of post position number 10, but if the other speed on the inside, they're doing a little bumping early, the 10 horse usually is able to get out pretty good there. But I don't know, 5,000 non-winners of the year in this 55 wide open. I'm thinking this horse is just a cut below.
Yeah, he's going to need a right trip to end up there. But the horse did win quite handily, and they get confident, and they don't know who they're running against.
No doubt about that. Half the time I don't. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 7. Stretch, what do you have?
All right, there we go. I'm going with the tri-wheel because I couldn't.
Another one of your crazy
Correct.
ones.
I couldn't decide between the 3, so it's 1, 2, 3 with 1, 2, 3 with 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. Instead of an exactor box, I sprinkle it with some long shots for 30.
Yeah, my typing skills aren't good. It would take me about 5 minutes to put that in. So I'm just going 40 to place on the 1. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 7, and we'll see you back tomorrow, 6:45 Central, for ASD Live. horse on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $13,200. Number 1 is Fresh One, owned by Stashes and Stables, trained by Fred Rawson with Chavi and Chow. Number 2 is Hard West, owned by Cheap Laughs Racing, trained by Shelley Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Number 3 is Club Champ, owned and trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 4 is Golden Eyed, owned by Bonnie McCrory and Gary Danielson, trained by Gary Danielson with Fraser Abley. Number 5 is Terawatt, owned by Primetime Stable, trained by Murray Duncan with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 6 is Dino, owned by Monique Goulet, trained by Will Taranjo with Praven Badri. Number 7 is Doug's Pal, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Devin Gittins with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 8 is Drop a Caribou, owned by Rick Lowe, trained by Mike Taphorn with Ronald Alley. Number 9 is Danza Rebel, owned by TCB Racing, trained by Jared Brown with Demario Bino. Rounding out the field is number 10, You're on the Money, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Arthur Badu. Classic high five wagering. Here in race number 7, they'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
The boys closing it out, going 5.5 furlong, full field at 10. Absolutely great betting race to cash a big ticket. I'm going to start with the 2-horse. Has run 4 good races here at ASD. Has come up short the last few, but has been running some fast times. Runs those again, should be right there. Others to consider, the 1-horse along the rail could go right to the lead, and Speed has been doing well. That's 5-1. The other one that could sit just off, won its last race at the condition, also 5-1. So you're going to get a payout whichever one order that comes in, but I'm going to go 2, 1, and 3. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I do like number 1, Fresh One, taking a double drop from the first level allowance. Did win for 7,500 2 outs ago. Draws inside, has speed, so I think is going to be a big contender. I do also like number 2, Hard West. The 5.5 furlongs, I think suits this horse much better. I'm going to round it off with number 9, Dan's a Rebel. If all that speed goes to the front, this is one of the closers. I can run them all down. I'm going to give you 1, 2, and 9. Good luck here in race 7.
It's post time.
Fresh one will lead the field in for the nightcap. Next up, the 8-5 favorite. That's Hard West. Club Champ set to go in. Now Golden Eye's turn. Next up, Terawatt from the middle. Dino moves in. Doug's Pal walks up and in. Here comes Drop a Caribou. Just 2 left to load. Dan's a Rebel. Now just waiting on You're on the Money. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle of the track, hard scent, that's Doug's Pal. Going after the early lead, Drop a Caribou on the outside. You're on the money, 3 wide, Fresh One. Coming up the rail, making it a foursome of leaders. Settled back behind them, Golden Eyed with Terawatt. Going 3 wide, another length back. Running as a pair, Danza Rebel and Dino. Your 2 early trailers are going to be Club Champ and Hard West. The opening quarter, 22 and 2. And Fresh One with the short lead. Drop a Caribou. These 2 battling it out. Settled back behind them, You're on the money, and making a late rally, Dino, and on the rail, Golden-Eyed, but it's all Drop a Caribou, who's gonna get it done by 2. Fresh One is second best, third's gonna go to Dino, fourth to Golden-Eyed, and close for fifth. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. A Stewart's inquiry into the running of race number 7. The Stewards have posted number 8, Drop a Caribou. As your race winner, second goes to number 1, Fresh One. Third to number 6, Dino. Fourth to number 4, Golden-Eyed. And fifth to number 3, Club Champ. They went the opening quarter 22 and 2, the half 46 seconds. 5 furlongs, 58 and 3. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105 and 1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 7, that's number 8, Drop a Caribou. Drop a Caribou is a dark bear brown gelding, 4 years old, by Where's the Ring, out of the mare Stormy Ado by Silac. Owned by Rick Lowe, trained by Mike Tamporn, and ridden to victory by Ronald Alley. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105 and 1. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the films, the stewards are removing the inquiry sign off the board as they were looking at horse number 7, Doug's Pal, who ended up finishing last. So the order of finish has now become official. 8, 1, 6, 4, and 3. Well, now head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour on the second level. Beer, shots, and wine, $4.75 and 25% off all appetizers. Racing resumes tomorrow and Wednesday at 7:30. See you then. Those on hand, head up to the clubhouse for Crazy Hour.